Hi folks. Wow, 23 of you who do not have a job on a Friday afternoon like me. I don't think I went live last weekend. I think I was just feeling pretty meh, but I was kind of on track to feeling very meh this week too. But I had like a 28% layer of wanting to not avoid going live this week. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to suss it out, but there's a sort of avoidance sinking in. It could be depression, it could be stress, it could be hormones. My period's late again. I don't know what's going on. Um, so there's just a lot of things up in the air, and I hope that you are taking care of yourself because it feels harder and harder to feel motivated to take care of myself these days. I think I'm just thinking too much, probably. But this past week and a half has been really rough with Memo, too. He basically has gone through like a full week plus of just constant diarrhea. And it reached a really rough day on Monday where he basically diarrheaed like 6 times throughout 24 hours. 3 of those times were like spaced an hour apart, and I honestly thought I thought he was a goner. He couldn't keep any food down, and he just kept shitting. And his shits got to a point where it was like full on liquid. Like I would just hear, it sounded like a power pressured water gun just shooting into the litter box. And I was like, oh man, oh man. The only food that he would eat was crunchy treats, but the crunchy treats made him diarrhea again after a day of no diarrhea, so I'm gonna take those away for the foreseeable future until he stabilizes a little bit, and if he starves himself, then maybe he should just not eat for a few hours, and I'll keep observing him, but he has baby food out. I tried to give him tuna. He did well on it for a day, and then the next day he still like diarrheaed, so I'm not giving him human tuna anymore. I think the sodium content is a little high in those too. I got him baby food. He didn't really love it. I got him some Friskies, which he'll eat and then not eat. Greenies he loves but makes him shit, and not in a good way. Other crunchy treats also seem to trigger a lot of just projectile side effects, so it's been rough. It's been rough. I was also trying to plan out a trip to China next year, and Aaron was starting to look into flights for me, and then he was like, but wait, what are you going to do with Memo while you're gone? And I was like, oh, Memo, right, I have a really sick cat. So that's kind of been paused again. I don't know how I just forgot that I had a cat that was so high needs, but I did, and then I was like, oh, you know what, maybe we wait, because even if I did get a cat sitter or a friend to come over, I don't want them to be responsible for, you know, potentially a lot of mess on their hands, and I also don't want vomit and diarrhea sitting in my apartment for a week, so life is messy, but could be worse. Could always be worse. Okay, so I have some pressure cooked cabbage and carrots in here that we can eat. I have some yogurt that, well, we can eat, that I can eat, that and yogurt that I can eat. And I'm gonna bake some cornbread for a Spice Club recipe that is coming up in November. And I'm going to try to make mooncakes. Now, as you can see, the title says a different kind of mooncakes. In the past 2 years, 3 years, however many years I've been making mooncakes, although I did not make them last year because I was so sick. I've been using these little molds. You know, you fit the little stamps on them and then you press it and it makes these beautiful cakes. And if you Google like mooncakes recipe June delish, you'll find my recipe that I made for delish while I was still there. But I don't feel like making them this year. And actually, what's really funny is I pressure cooked a pot of sweetened mung beans and also pressure cooked this beautiful and delicious kabocha squash, thinking that I would make a pumpkin spice mooncake and thinking that I would make a mung bean paste lotusy mooncake. And then I said fuck it during the week and I just started eating them with peanut butter. So now I have like less than a cup of each. And I think all this week I've been kind of avoiding a lot of things just mentally and emotionally because I think I'm probably overloaded. So there's a sort of like self-protective defense mechanism maybe kicking into place, whatever it is. I did not feel like making those mooncakes that I've been making. I think that this year with Grandma gone, it feels even less celebratory and it feels even lonelier. Even though Grandma was really exhausting, trying to take care of her, you know, she was still a connection and a link to the sense of family that is so present during the holidays. And mooncakes are one of those things that like have to be shared. So I thought about the fact that my mom actually used to like the flaky pastry kind of mooncakes. And I thought, what if I didn't follow an exact recipe and I just made a Frankenstein mooncake that emulated that kind of flaky style pastry crust, instead of making something that looks, feels, and tastes the same as it has in previous years, and trying to fit that sameness into a life that feels very different, which creates cognitive dissonance and probably some emotional turmoil that I'm obviously feeling right now. So last weekend I started making some traditional fillings. It is so funny that as I age, I feel more Chinese by the day. My body doesn't take to cold beverages and foods that well anymore, which is like a very Chinese thing. We don't really eat cold things because it's bad for your constitution to have so much cold in there. And I think my way of behavior and thought has also turned away from like trying to become homogenized into the American psyche, you know, because I think I reached a breaking point of realizing that trying to fit in was, one, never gonna work, and two, was always a sham to begin with, and three, like, it just ain't working for me. So it seems like, weirdly enough, I've become more Chinese. So anyway, all of that to say, I peeled some jujubes, which is a Chinese form of date. It's not as sticky and sweet as Middle Eastern dates. If you don't know what jujube looks like, this is what they look like. They look like a little shriveled, dried up apple, I guess, oblong apple. And they're kind of spongy and sweet, but not as gummy and candy-like as Middle Eastern dates. I tore some of those up and I put it in my Vitamix and I blended it with some stovetop toasted almonds, and I made a little like fruit and nut paste. So ironic, because when I used to eat mooncakes with my mom, I hated the one that was dates and nuts because it always tasted absolutely disgusting to me. But I've made this one to not feel so gross, and also I guess my taste buds have changed. So yeah, that's one of the fillings. And I also have this other one which is stovetop toasted peanuts ground up with some sesame, and I could either make a caramel with this and make a brittle, and we could make like a nut brittle filling, or I could just stir some honey and peanut butter into this and make it into like a nut ball. So fruits and nuts and seeds is the name of the game here. I looked up a recipe yesterday for flaky style mooncakes, and apparently the dough is sort of like a laminated dough with two different kinds of dough sandwiched against each other, rolled out the way you would croissants and stuff. So I don't have a lot of butter left because of my cholesterol issues. And actually, I should have called my doctor today to find out what the test results were so I could know if my cholesterol was any better. I might do that now. Sorry, because they're about to leave for the day. So let me just see if I could call them up and get those results. Sorry. Okay, I called them. Unfortunately, doctor had an emergency too, so results are not going to be ready until Monday. But yeah, my cholesterol experiment is soon to be seen whether or not it worked or not. We can see if my heart's going to combust. But yeah, making 2 types of dough. I don't have a lot of butter. And these recipes traditionally use lard, which I definitely don't have. But I do have coconut oil, I have a little bit of butter, and I have olive oil. So I was just thinking of making like a Frankenstein sort of mooncake. And we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't, then I'll eat them all anyway. It doesn't matter. And just trying to keep it lighthearted and fun. I think I was looking at it as a project, and I didn't want to take on a project. So I did have some notes down on someone else's recipe, and I 2/3 the recipe to make it a smaller recipe so I don't have to commit to as much ingredients, but it still calls for like almost a cup of butter, which I definitely don't have. A cup of butter or a lard. A cup of lard is like 2 sticks of butter, which I don't have. But we'll do our best. The soft dough is all-purpose flour with sugar and lard or butter, and then lukewarm water. And then the second pastry flour is cake flour, and it has a little bit of butter in it. So I think instead of all-purpose flour, I'm going to use bread flour, and in terms of the cake flour, I'm going to use actually a mixture of homemade oat flour, which is a little bit coarser, and this breadfruit flour pancake mix. So it's going to be interesting, guys. This is going to be like a true Frankenstein creation, which is honestly what gives me joy. I don't like following recipes because I think the mentality behind following recipes is you have everything you need, the blueprint to succeed, and therefore if you don't succeed by following a recipe, you're the failure. And I hate feeling like a failure. So one way to not fail is to not have an end goal in mind at all. Rather, how do I make the journey fun for myself and exploratory and no bars holding me in place? So I think that's my escapist mentality that is driving all of this. So I'm going to make these 2 doughs. They both have to chill before we laminate them. During the chilling time, I'm going to make the cornbread, slide it into the oven, and then we can see how hot things are and whether or not we can laminate stuff and all of that good thing. Cool. so you can see how much pumpkin and mung bean paste I've eaten this week. This tub was full, and now there's just one chunk of pumpkin left in there. It was a delicious pumpkin, by the way. It was the pumpkin that I bought for 39 cents for like $1.70 for the whole thing. And then this entire bowl was filled with bean paste, and now there's probably a cup and a half left in there. Yep, that has been my diet for the past week. Okay. So I'm just gonna make some dough. Read your comments as I make dough. But yeah, happy Friday. Wow, I might not have enough flour for my corn cake. Oopsies. Alright, good luck to me on that. Sugar. Gonna use some kettle cooked panela. It's got like buttery, caramelly, kind of Chinese red sugar vibes, which is why I'm using it. The recipe did not say salt, but I have like remnants of salt in here. I'm just gonna add a little pinch of salt. Chinese people don't put salt in their recipes. Not in sweet recipes. But I just did. Okay. We're gonna use one of Mom's hoarded chopsticks that I found underneath her sink, so many of these, to mix. And then I'm gonna have to find lukewarm water, which we can microwave, I guess. Actually, this is pretty lukewarm. Should I use lukewarm? No, I feel like I should use pretty hot, no? I feel like Chinese people like hot water in their recipes. Oh, but maybe I can't use hot, actually. Because we need to keep the butter cold, right? You can tell I've never made Chinese pastries before because I have no idea what I'm doing. This is 63 grams. Okay. That's probably not enough butter. Half a cup would be 120. So I need like, honestly, double this amount. So I might supplement with some olive oil, which again is not Chinese at all. I feel like this is kind of like making pie dough now, you know? You kind of just have to cut all the fat in with the flour. I don't know, has anyone ever made flaky Chinese pastry crust before? I'm totally approaching this from like an American view of things. But lard is kind of like shortening in texture, so I think it would have been pretty homogenized into the flour. I don't think we need to keep like piecey bits the way that American pie crust recipes call for. But I don't know, I've never made things like this before. This reminds me of the time that after Mom passed away, I was going through all the food she left behind, and I found these mooncakes, and I tasted one, and it was disgusting. And I felt so bad because I was like, oh man, these are the last foods that Mom left behind, and I don't even want to eat them. I think I offered it up to a viewer, actually. I was confessing on a live stream that I didn't like how they tasted, but they were Mom's favorite, and I don't want to throw them out. And I think I ended up mailing it out to a viewer. I think she wrote back and she said she liked it. Maybe she was just being nice. I don't know. But yeah, there was something so Chinese about that filling flavor that I just couldn't stomach. But Mom loved those flaky ones. They're like a flat flaky, not like a rounded puff flaky. Oh yeah, Aaron brought back some meat mooncakes once from like Shenzhen or wherever he was in the south of China, in the Cantonese areas, and oh, they were rough. I could not really get behind them. I was like, is there chicken in here? What is going on? Chicken does not belong in my mooncakes, man. I do think this is too much dough for how much mooncakes I want to make, but we'll see. After I cut in the butter, I'm going to stream in the olive oil. And I want to try one of the new olive oils that I haven't opened yet in my fridge. I think there's a bottle from Italy that Chef Mark Murphy gave a few of us on the team when we went to shoot videos for him. I have one on my counter that's Greek olive oil, and I have a tin of Greek olive oil that Aaron brought back from a trip a while ago. So okay, I think 20 more seconds max on this. Now, do I want to flavor this flour with something? Is there a spice that I can add in here that will make it weird but not too weird? What really disturbed me about Mom's mooncakes was that I think I tried one that was rose flavored, and I was like, oh, rose sounds pretty. Let me try it. It was disgusting. At the time, I couldn't handle it. There were some pumpkin seeds in there, too, that were unroasted, maybe. The flavor combination was so Chinese. I don't know how else to describe it, guys. I really don't. Okay, time to add in okay, so this is the Italian olive oil that I can taste. This is the Greek one that Aaron brought back. I'm gonna put this in the freezer for a bit. And this is the current Greek one that I've been using. These are all really nice olive oils, but I want like a more neutral one. So let's see. Let's see who's the most neutral olive oil of them all. This one's pretty congealed because it was in the fridge. But oh my goodness, there's so much empty space in here. Aaron, how much did you pay for that, bro? And this one looks like it's like a wine cork. Do I have to peel something here? Guys, all these things are so fancy. Too fancy. 5 me. Wait, what's happening? The top is moving but not coming off. Am I just such an idiot? I'm feeling so dumb right now. What's happening? What? How do you use this, chef? Oh my god, there's no way I can't open an olive oil. Watch me spill this whole bottle. What do you think? Why is this turning left and right? You can see the white thing underneath too, but it's not unscrewing. And do I just have to screw harder? Screw harder. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I'm at a loss. Wow, that is weird. That is very strange indeed. Okay, so the current Greek one, I loved it when I tasted it. Um, it's got this like very sexy kind of robust pepperiness to it. It's definitely dulled down a little bit, but it still gives you the back of the throat kick, which I don't want in a mooncake, honestly. And here's Aaron's little Greek gift from Odessa, Greece. I don't know where that is, but thank you, Aaron. Will you melt? Yes, you will melt. You have melted. Here we go. Another Greek one. Ooh. Okay, yeah. This one's much more creamy. Not too spicy. Ooh, very delicious. Very perfumey. This is definitely a front runner. There's only 100 mils in here. I would hate to use 60% of this in a mooncake. That might fail. Yeah, do I have to cut away the plastic? I don't know. I've never seen olive oil with this top. I've seen wine bottles with fancier tops like this, but like, I don't even understand the mechanism here, to be honest with you. I feel like such a dumb little girl. This is wild. This is so wild. There's no pull tab or anything. There's no instructions, no terrible items. Okay. I can't work myself up like that. So we'll just use a little coconut oil and a little olive oil. Diversify the investment, yes? Coconut oil also just came out of the fridge, so it's kind of chunky. I have to chunk it up. Okay, so that's 30 grams of coconut oil, and then we can supplement with Aaron's. Oh, actually, I should cut in this coconut a little bit before supplementing in the olive oil, which will just melt into the dough. True, I think coconut, you're right, will be closer to lard than olive oil. There is a secondary dough that we're making that also requires oil though, so I might just use 30 grams olive oil in total, and then use all coconut in the next. Who's got something exciting going on this week that they want to report to the group about? Anything? Anything you want to offer up as I'm just fondling my dough, flour, butter, fat? Wow, you are up very early. Why are you up so early? I will tell you that the dough smells very good right now. Butter, coconut oil, what's not to like? Yum, yum, yum. Smells vaguely Chinese already, I don't know how. Oh, thank you for the well wishes. And Eliza, oh man. I just joined a COVID conscious group on Facebook because a alumni of my college that I met at a picnic saw that I was still masking, and she was like, would you like to join this group? They have events and tips and stuff. And I was like, sure. So I joined it because I still use Facebook for work. And yeah, long time avoiders of COVID are finally getting it this year. I guess there's only a certain amount of time before, you know, you end up having it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I still remember back in 2020, March, thinking our lives will just go back to normal in a few weeks. Little did any of us know. It's local. It's New York. Yeah, something like still COVIDing in New York or something like that. I forget. Like people sharing places to get shots because apparently they've pulled back on vaccine availability. Singapore, my goodness, my love. That's a late night. That's a late night. I'm gonna go cheap on this olive oil. I'm actually just gonna go in with 10 grams, and it also doesn't want to come out because it's not melted yet. But good God, that's a gorgeous color, and I want to not invest too much of this olive oil in here. Even the 10 grams is giving me a tough time coming out. So this flaky pastry might be a little less fatty, which is fine, because we all know that my cholesterol ain't doing so well, but check out that color. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Well, I don't know why the recipe called for lukewarm water if we're trying to keep everything cold, you know? That don't make no sense to me. Why don't we just do cold water then? Two-thirds cup, gradually added. Okay. Two-thirds cup. Two-thirds cup is 240 divided, so 160 grams? Okay. That seems like a lot of water. Did I write this recipe down wrong? 2/3 cup. I feel like I I might only need half a cup, if that. I'm going totally rogue, you guys. I'm going just based on my spidey feels of what's right. Like, this is already too wet for a pie dough, you know, so I'm just imagining. Interesting. But I guess I haven't seen the consistency of the other dough yet. Okay, so this is actually just 1/3 cup that I used of water. And I think I might stop here. We'll see how this dough turns out. What a fascinating experiment. And I almost never use plastic wrap, but maybe today's the day to use some plastic wrap. I have 2 rolls of plastic wrap, one for my delish days and one that Mom left behind. I have no idea which roll is which anymore. But yeah, this feels like a nice dough already, you know? It's pliable, it's kind of glutinous, holding its shape. I don't want to go even stickier than this. I feel like this feels right. So let's see where my gut takes me. I'm going to knead it a little bit. Since we're letting it chill. I think I've used this plastic wrap like a total of 6 times since I moved here. And I've been here almost 3 years. Okay, let's see how much dough weighs. 470 grams, 469 to be truly accurate to what the scale is telling me. This is a trick that I like to do when making pie dough too, is just flatten it out. Make sure I'm squeezing the edges to eliminate cracks. That way it's easier to roll out when it's chilled. Alright, next dough, 1.5 cups. I'm gonna go with 1 cup of this. Or maybe, yeah, 1 cup of this. So 130 grams. And then 1/2 cup of oat flour. That'll be another 60-ish grams for a total of 200-ish. Great. There's only fat in this one, Really? I'm gonna look up this recipe again. Did I write down the water? I got this recipe from thewalksoflife.com. It's a red bean mooncake Sioux style, S-U style. So I'm just gonna look up the original proportions real fast here. Oh yeah, wow, okay, just lard. All right, it's gonna be real fatty. What's 75% of 140? Who can do that math? 75% of 140. 15. 105? 105 grams, is that right? Thank you. Yep, I gave him. He doesn't eat it. He eats it sometimes, he doesn't eat it others. I'm trying though. Sometimes he loves it, sometimes he sniffs it. He sniffs it and then he looks at me and he walks away shaking his paws like it's the most disgusting thing I just offered him. It's really expensive. It's like over $1 a packet. And when he doesn't eat it, it really, really fucking hurts my heart. Alright, I'm going to go a little light on the fat here too. Not a whole lot light, but just 20 grams less. Because one, I don't have a lot of coconut left. And two, this just looks artery clogging. This is why they tell you to make stuff at home. So that you know exactly what you're putting into your body. It makes it hard for you to want to eat stuff. So yeah, I think I just have to cut this fat in now until it forms a dough. I think short of prescription, I've tried just everything from Memo. Over-the-counter edible stuff. I've tried to give him freeze-dried food. I've tried wet food. I've tried fancy wet food. I've tried shitty wet food. The shitty wet food, the really shitty wet food makes him throw up. So I know he's a Sensi boy, but he loves his junk food. So he doesn't eat his, like, good food, his good for you food, you know? It's really, really frustrating working with this cat, honestly. He's so picky, and I spend so much money trying to get good stuff into his body, and he just won't take it. If you guys want a project and you have absolutely nothing to do besides watch a stranger on the internet struggle with dough, do you want to look up the nutritional facts for lard versus coconut oil and tell me which one has higher saturated fat? I mean, lard obviously has cholesterol. It's an animal product. But I'm curious about the saturated fat content. Wow. Yep, coconut oil. Very bad. Not good. Wish I had more butter, honestly. Butter might be better. That's wild. So what else does lard have then? Just unsaturated fat? Does lard have unsaturated fat? Yeah, I'm not too stressed. You're right, these are sometimes treats. Although, let's be honest, if I'm baking these, I'm probably eating most of them. Especially because we don't know how they're gonna come out. So, I do really enjoy doing something with my hands though, and not sitting at a desk, which is probably good for my body. So, I've really been itching to go back into food service, not necessarily working at fancy restaurants, but just even working counter service. I remember when I was in college, I really had this dream of becoming a short order cook, and I was like, I don't know why I'm in college dreaming about becoming a short order cook. I could have just skipped college, but obviously skipping college was not an option for my Asian parents, I don't think, especially not for my mom. I wonder where I would be if I never went to college. You know, at that point in my life, not going to college was not even like a thought. It really makes you wonder. Seeing how bad the job market is, and seeing how much America runs on debt, and seeing how my friends in their 30s and sometimes 40s are still paying off their student loans. Like, isn't it wild that you're not really thinking of alternatives because there's so much shame in the alternatives that you do everything you can to avoid that shame? But if you're not from a well-off family, in avoiding shame, you end up with a lifetime of debt, which is like the ultimate shame, honestly. For me, in my framework, maybe some Americans, maybe most Americans are so used to having debt that it's like a cultural thing, and they don't feel anything about it. But like, I don't know, it feels wrong. It's coming together like Play-Doh. Wow, lard has so much monounsaturated fat. That's awesome. What? Wow. Okay. See, my people really know where it's at. I feel like I've never seen so much coconut oil in recipes until everybody was like, but it's healthier than butter. And like, lard was never part of the American food media landscape hype, but my people, they be using lard in 100% of their dessert recipes, probably because it's healthier. And not like a consciously, we're doing this because it's healthy. It's just healthy because it's more natural to use up the fat that comes out of the animal that you've already butchered and is using for other parts, and you've rendered out this fat, and you're certainly not going to throw it out, right? Right? Alright, I'm gonna eat some of this dough that's left on my hand, which is like 100% fat now, but okay.
time to moisturize my legs, y'all, with my fat hands. Okay. Oh, I forgot to add in a little bit of salt in here. Right. Just a pinch. And after tasting that, I honestly want to add a little bit of sugar. It's probably not necessary, but not many things in life is necessary, you know what I mean. I'm going to use some coconut sugar. Diversify that sugar profile too. Ooh, as a non-Asian who grew up in Malaysia, interesting. What are your favorite things about Asian food? If you have any favorite things about Asian food. God, I love smashing things. $469 was how much our first dough weighed. And an hour in, both doughs are made. It's gonna be a long live, y'all. This one is 288. So let's just say 300. 300 with 450 is about 750. 750 grams of dough total. That's what we have to work with. This is really just like butter packets, you know, making croissant. It's really essentially the same thing. I might use this breadfruit flour in my cornbread just to get rid of it. TBH. Okay, I'm gonna set a 30-minute timer for the doughs to chill. I might put one in the freezer. And I'm gonna pull up my Spice Club recipe and see what we got going on. Right, I need oat milk for this recipe, so I'm gonna make some oat milk right now. Mute yourself. Actually, I'll mute it. I'll mute you. Okay, hopefully you didn't hear any of that because my brain is buzzing. I don't know where to buy mooncakes in New York City because probably the... Why is there a fly? Oh my god, that fly is so humongous! What the fuck? Where did you come from? Okay, wow. Holy shit, I don't know if you can see, there's a ginormous, like, bumblebee-sized fly in my house. And he's noisy. He came out of nowhere. I don't know where to get them because I can only afford the cheaper ones and they all kind of taste similar to me, so I never went out hunting for mooncakes in New York City. There's obviously bougie ones, and also if you go to a Chinese supermarket at this time, you will be met with like boxes upon boxes upon boxes of mooncakes. All different flavors, all different fillings, all different styles, different price points, so if you feel like buying a whole box of mooncakes, go to a store. This bug, this fly, oh my god, I don't like this. Okay, alright, we can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Cornmeal. cup of cornmeal is 90 grams. That's a really heavy cup of cornmeal. Okay. All-purpose flour, 130 grams, which I do not have, so we're going to substitute in this breadfruit. Perfect. Use that up. Love it. And the remainder will be oat. Oh, that is too much. Too much. My recipe also calls for a little bit of almond flour, so that's 25 grams. I do not feel safe with that guy in here. And originally I used golden crystal sugar, but I don't have golden crystal anymore, so I will use vanilla. One teaspoon of salt. It's so weird. I never remember where I put my salt. This is how disorganized I am. Oh, it's on my desk, isn't it? It's on my desk. Okay. Mystery ingredient that I cannot tell you. Oh my god, this fly! Fucking hate this fly. Sorry, you couldn't see anything, could you? 1 teaspoon rosemary or 2 teaspoons rosemary? How about 1.5 teaspoons of rosemary? My original recipe called for lemon, but I don't have lemon. So we are going to leave it out. headless giraffe today. Nutmeg. A 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. Is that enough? Yeah. Put a few extra grates just in case people pack it down. All right. Cool beans. Delicious. I used to hate nutmeg. Now I love nutmeg. I love smelling nutmeg. I love using nutmeg. And this is how change happens, I suppose. Orange zest. What do you think? Orange, rosemary, cornbread, seasonal, Thanksgiving vibes? You can use it in your turkey dressing, all that good stuff. Let's see how much this is. And then 6 tablespoons extra virgin olive oil. Let me mix this in first. Really want to open this. How do I open this, guys? How does this work? It feels like it should be a screwable cap because it's moving. It's moving. What am I not getting here? No, I don't think I can pull it. Like, why would I be able to screw it if I can pull it? It's not pulling, though. Also, the whole mechanism is turning. Did I just get a faulty bottle? Oh, there we go. There we go. That was it. It was just a screw. I just couldn't screw it. That's how weak I am. All right, let's taste this. My God. That was really sad and pathetic. Okay, glad you joined me for that adventure. And this has been in the fridge, so is anything gonna come out? Maybe we have to wait. That fly, if you fly up my skirt, chill, bro. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, not a little bitter, a little nutty, a little spicy. Ooh, peppery. Yes. Oh, that's beautiful. This is beautiful. Buttery, rich, spicy in the throat. Wow. Yeah, this is a pastry olive oil. All right, Umbrian Gold, you go, you go. I might have to wait for a little bit for this to melt, actually. So let me taste the Greek one again. Maybe we just use a Greek one for this. Because this one's at room temp and it's been opened a long time. We're just eating olive oil today for fun. It's supposed to be good for your cholesterol, right? Yeah, the other one's way butterier. I'm just gonna use this one. Drink that olive oil. Six tablespoons of olive oil. Okay, so that was 30 grams. Now technically, I'm just gonna see if I'm accurate. 1 tablespoon should be 15 grams. Are you going to be 15 grams? Yes, roughly. So yeah, we're aiming for about 85 to 90 grams of olive oil. A lot of olive oil. Maybe I don't need that much olive oil. Maybe I just need... Let's try 5 tablespoons of olive oil. Okay, you think 5 tablespoons of olive oil is a lot, and yes, it's expensive and all of that, but think about all those baking recipes that call for a stick of butter, which is 8 tablespoons of fat, or even half a cup of butter, which is some of the mooncakes that we just did. This, I yield about 9 squares of cornbread out of this recipe, so technically, even if I use the full 6 tablespoons, each serving only has 3/4 of a tablespoon of olive oil, which yes is a lot in terms of calories. It's like 120 calories per tablespoon. So it's about 90 grams of calories, or 90 calories per square just from the fat. But honestly, if you go to a restaurant and you go to a bakery and you're buying something, like, I guarantee you there's a lot more fat than you think is in that food. So unless you're just eating like a Zen Buddhist monk, this is probably still overall pretty okay. Okay, I'm gonna taste the dough before baking or oat milk goes in. Oh yeah. Woo! Okay. You are a Buddhist monk? And you're watching YouTube? Is that part of your meditation? Oh my god, get this fly away from me. Oh, baking powder. I forgot to add baking powder. Baking powder.
Okay, now 1 cup of oat milk. Cheers. Very loose batter, but I think it'll bake up fine. Because the cornmeal will kind of soak up the liquid. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. From my kabocha squash, I got out all of these seeds, and I actually discovered that if you don't roast them, you can still eat them. Can you hear the leaf blower outside? This is what I have to deal with every day. There's not even leaves yet. And did you see that fly? I don't know where he came from. It tastes like a almond milk almond, if that makes sense. It's actually very, very delicious. Oh my god, he's so big. Oh, do I kill him? Sorry, that was a very visceral reaction. It just like, I was initially gonna roast this, but I don't think I will anymore. But I will roast these, which are pumpkin seeds that I bought. And I think I'm gonna roast some walnuts while we heat up the oven. No, you don't understand. I get them every day at 4. I don't know why. And sometimes when it's winter and autumn and there are actually leaves, I get them at 7 a.m. I get them twice. I get them at 7 a.m. before I'm awake. And then I get them at 4 when all the kids are screaming and running up and down the metal ramp outside my building. It's, yes, I get very agitated by it all. I asked my friend Dan to pick me up some Costco walnuts, and he did. Thank you, Dan. And we're gonna roast some of these while we preheat the oven. Preheating the oven to 375.
Okay. Okay. Butter. I might reduce that salt. You can even see in just the 10 minutes or so, it's thickened up a lot more. So that's why a lot of gluten-free recipes tell you to rest your dough, because a lot of the flours that you use in gluten-free recipes do a lot better when you allow the dries to hydrate a little bit more with the wets. You can see it's not as sloshy as before. Okay, that was half an hour for our doughs chilling in the fridge. Now our batter is done and ready to go into the oven, but we're also about to heat up the kitchen. So I have to think very strategically about how we're gonna do laminations. Maybe we take a snack break. I have a little Greek yogurt in here. I'm gonna add some chia seeds. And where's my chia seeds? Oh, maybe it's in my bedroom office. I have some dark toasted pumpkin seeds crushed into a dust. And then a little manuka honey.
Snack break. Maybe a little more oat milk. If I'm honest, I don't really know if I'm gonna finish baking the mooncakes today, but we'll see. Wow, that was a really good batch of oat milk. Very thick, not gummy. Very milky. Good job, me. Yeah, I never understood leaf blowers. They're the most useless piece of shit ever. They use so much energy and don't solve any problems. They just push your problems into someone else's territory, and they're noisy as fuck. And they actually cause a lot of hearing damage, apparently, especially to the people who operate them. For optimum freshness, refrigerate after opening. I don't know why refrigeration after opening would solve any issues. That's weird. I might have to take a call in 10 minutes. So I'll just put you on mute. And you guys can chat amongst yourselves. What a day. What a day. I honestly think walnuts just oxidize and the oils go rancid anyway. It's not like that bag is super airtight either, and it's not really preventing the temperatures from making the oils go rancid. So I feel like once you buy nuts, you should really just store them in the fridge and or freezer permanently. If you don't plan on using them within the next month, especially if it's summer. Salted egg yolk mooncakes are the best for sure. I saw some recipes for making a salted egg yolk out of miso and mung bean, so I could try that with some of the mung bean that I have left. Mung bean paste. Miso. I think the recipe also called for nutritional yeast, if that's... Oh, and nuts. Oops, I don't have nuts. Well, let's just try it with the mung beans and the nooch and the miso and see what that tastes like. I'm curious. Proportions are going to be very, very off, but I'm just going to use a little bit of miso. I hear my seeds popping off. They probably need to come out of the oven ASAP. So that much bean paste. And then nutritional yeast. They have a few more ingredients in here, but I'm curious what this tastes like. Nutritional yeast. I was cooking all of my coffee and tea packets without realizing they were on top of the oven. Oopsies. All right. What a mess, June. What a mess. The more space you have, the less space you have. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They're gonna go in there for 4 more minutes, then I'm gonna take them out, then the cornbread's gonna go in, and then I might need to take my call if that person responds. If that person doesn't respond, then whatever. Okay, back to multitasking and miso bean paste. Maybe this is not enough miso for the bean paste to taste like egg yolk. Still, I'm curious. There's also fat in that recipe, so I could add a drizzle of olive oil. The fat that they called for was not olive oil. Yeah, that's not egg yolk, but it's actually way closer than I thought we would get. Wow. Miso, what do you know? Very interesting. What if we did a vegan egg yolk with our mung bean paste? Wow. Okay. That's very interesting, for sure. Like, if I could tinker with the proportions, I mean, probably if I just followed that person's recipe, that might be the best way to get that taste, but I'm gonna add some rosehip oil, which is this Ukrainian product that I bought and I was gonna use for skincare, but it has this like orange color. Wow, that was way too much for this little mix. You see how orange that is? I wonder if it can lend some of that. It almost looks like food coloring. You know, maybe we can make it look more like egg yolk with this oil. Vegan egg yolk? Vegan egg yolk, anyone? That's, guys, honestly? Okay, yes, I hear you. Okay, never mind. We're gonna talk in half an hour. Let me set a timer for half an hour. Let me turn my ringer up. Okay. All right. Seeds are toasted. Let's see about our walnuts. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's dark. That is dark. Wow, that last 4 minutes really killed it. In a bad way. Not too bad, but you can see some spots. All right. 25 minutes. I don't know how the walnuts burned before the pumpkin seeds did, but I think I do know. I think it's because of the oil content on the walnuts. Let me see if I can move them. This is also the risky thing about baking with nut flours too, is they caramelize a lot faster because of the added fat content. Here's our sketchy reject pile that we can sort through and maybe munch on, maybe not. Okay guys, we're doing good, we're doing good. Did I cut out? My phone just told me I'm live as if I wasn't live the whole time. Yes, I do think that this miso, nutritional yeast, rosehip oil, mung bean paste is sort of a passable egg, cured egg yolk situation. So I think since I still have some bean paste left, we can go ahead and make some yolk. Who knows what it's gonna taste like, but we might as well try it. All right. I'm going to clear my workspace a little bit because it's getting wild. Why am I so messy? Truly losing it. Truly losing it. I want to... I don't know if I want all of this to be egg yolk. I want to save some of it for not egg yolk purposes. I don't know. That's like 3/4 cup, 1 cup. That much miso? Too much miso. Let's start, we can start with less. Go in with more later, yes. Nutritional yeast. If there's like any flavors that you associate with egg yolk that could be good as a spice in here, but I'm gonna eat an orange because I'm starting to feel exhausted. It's a Cara orange. Beautiful. Jewels. All right. Let's get down. Let's get down to this. Is this? Maybe a fork would be better. Yeah, we used to have the rubberized mats in the test kitchen. It honestly did not seem to do much for me. But I also wasn't like this weak back then. I don't like feeling the floor kind of like have that soft give underneath me. I almost feel like I'm about to fall at any time. So I don't like that instability. But yeah, a lot of people seem to like it. Who knows? Who knows? Who just blinged me? Who just blinged me? Wonder if I should add some food coloring to this. I have some natural food coloring that I haven't used in like 3 years. Who knows what they put in natural food coloring? Guys, that's actually not bad. Not bad. It's sweet because I already sweetened it. beforehand, but that doesn't look very yellow at all. Really? I guess that's why it's natural. That looks less yellow than the oil. Okay, alright, sure. I wish I had some of the red left, but 2 years ago I tried to make red velvet and failed. And I used it all up. And now I don't have any more red food coloring. I'm just eating a shit ton of miso now, am I not? It's gonna kill me. I think I have to add in a little bean paste. How fascinating. All right. Here, you can see it against my red shirt. That's pretty good. That was a fun experiment.
Well, vegan salted egg yolk. I wonder how many people would be able to tell. It's been a while since I've had salted egg yolk, but I don't think it's that awful, actually. I think if you're used to the taste of miso, you can definitely taste the miso, and that might be alarming, but it's almost tastier than egg in a way. Okay. In addition to my sugar and my salt, let's have some burnt walnuts. This one's not too burnt. Let's see. You're a little burnt. You're definitely a little burnt. It's burnt the way caramel is burnt, which is to say, don't eat it on its own, but if you add some sugar and salt, or sugar and cream, it's gonna be tasty. So. Oh, phone call's coming through. Muting you.
Hi, folks. Just had to take a call. It was about organizing at my college and the shit show that's going down there, so hard to put you on mute. But we got some vegan egg yolk going. I'm gonna chill this for a bit, then we can portion it. How exciting. The cornbread came out. It looks good. It looks good. So, yes. Where's my hype button? I don't know. I don't know. Is that the heart thing? Is that all the emojis that I've been seeing floating up into my chat screen? All right. I have some dishes piling up in the sink and it's giving me anxiety, and I would like my anxiety to go away, so I'm gonna do some dishes and think about my next moves. My next move will be clearing up the space for lamination. Okay. Okie dokie. Moving everything. Oh, let's see. Let's see how my Instapot cabbage is doing. It's been just sitting there on the side forever. Stewed cabbage. Yum, yum, yum. That was sarcastic. Stewed cabbage looks disgusting. However, what I cooked this in was the, do you remember the H Mart noodle package that I got? and it came with this like super sweet and salty broth. I cooked it in that broth with a little bit of spicy chili oil, a little bit of turmeric, a little bit of caraway seeds, and so hoping to give myself some nutrition here. That is easy and well seasoned, so let me get a little taste. My peasant food. My lovely peasant food. Ooh, I think this could do really well with some crab meat. So simple and really, really nice after all of that sugar and salt tasting and butter tasting. Oh, yes. Come to mama. Do you think we're gonna stream until 9 p.m.? Are we gonna break another streak record? I think the longest streak that I ever had was when I was shredding papers, right? Creamy Parmesan cabbage? Yum. Yum, girl, yum. Cabbage. Cabbage. I wonder if YouTube will let me edit this live so I can put elevator music during the segment when I wasn't talking. Or rather, during the segment when I was talking, but you couldn't hear anything. Pretty sure that's not stable, but whatever. Whatever. I just cleaned this part of the counter yesterday. Let's see how dirty it is in a day. Oh, it's not clean. It's really not clean. I'm glad we cleaned it. This is just vinegar, by the way. No harsh chemicals for direct food contact. Roll. Okay, we're gonna envelop the second dough with the first dough. Roll into a 1/4 thick inch rectangle, let her fold, roll again. Okay, this is just lamination. This is essentially lamination. Okay, I should not have frozen this for so long because now it's hard as a rock. So what I'm gonna do is freeze this instead while that defrosts, which is gonna land us into a hilarious game of who's gonna melt first. In the meantime, though, we can portion my date. We can portion my dates. And where will we put them? Great question. Great question. I'm glad you asked because I was not thinking about that. I'll put them here. I'll put them here. We're just gonna make sure that this experience does not put me into a mental breakdown mode. As long as we don't have a mental breakdown, we're good. I'm not even gonna stress about making them equal and all of that. I'm just gonna use a tablespoon scoop and try to scoop it. Oh wow, it's very hard. It's very, very hard. I think it dried out over the last week, which makes sense. Let's make sure it tastes okay. Since it's had to sit for a week. Jujube and nuts. Tastes good. Tastes a little coffee-esque. Interesting. Wonder where that flavor's coming from. If you look up my spice cookie recipe from Delish Days, it's a pfeffernuss cookie. I use the spice blend in here. It's a lot of spices. No, my longest stream has got to be longer than 5 hours and 33. Really? Does YouTube sort by duration? I feel like there was one day where I like streamed for 6 hours more. No? I imagined? Wow. Dedication, Eliza. Okay. I guess I'll trust you. Does anyone else feel guilty for existing during these times? Yes, but also I have gained the ability to question why guilt exists. So tell us more if you want to explore this topic. Totally up to you. We can take this. Listen, we're gonna be here for hours, okay? While I make these, you take the conversation wherever you want, baby. Bling up the chat. Oh, the Facebook Marketplace video. I forgot about that one. Does that one beat the shredder? Interesting. Interesting. Guilt is a natural reaction, I think. It's also a great teacher. It means that there's a part of you who feels like you could be doing something else with your time. So I have started asking myself, what is it that you think you should be doing with your time instead? And what is keeping you from doing that? You feel guilty for being blessed sometimes. Is it because not only do you feel guilty for being blessed, but you feel guilty because you're not sharing your blessings? Is that what's actually triggering the guilt? I think it's easy to conflate certain things when you feel guilt and many other emotions. What is actually the bit that's causing you guilt, right? Say you have $10,000 plus even more in savings that you don't need right away, and then you see a homeless person on the street who has probably definitely way less than you do. Do you feel guilty for having that much wealth, or do you feel guilty because you're not sharing the wealth, right? Like, those are different things. But if you push yourself to continue the thought exercise, well, if I just gave him half of all I own, would I still be able to survive? And is the price of trading off that wealth for guilt reduction worth it to you, right? Because we live in a currency mindset where everything is apparently able to be bought and traded, I think sometimes you just have to ask yourself what the cost of not feeling the bad feeling is. So, for example, I'm not dating anyone right now. Sometimes I'm really lonely, right? Sometimes I'm so lonely that I just burst out in tears randomly. There's a lot of things that contribute to that moment of bursting out in tears, but ultimately, the superficial layer that is always covering all these emotions at the end of the day that makes me burst into tears is, oh my god, I'm so lonely. However, not dating someone also affords me a certain level of peace that dating someone will take away. So we can't have it all. We have to be able to acknowledge what it is we have to trade off and what we have to gain in trading that off, and we have to decide for ourselves whether or not that is worth it. It's not easy. It feels like, why can't I have it all, sort of. Why can't the world be a better place so I don't have to make these decisions? But part of making these decisions is, I think, what begins part of you defining yourself and who you want to prioritize being. We can be a lot of different people and we can do a lot of different things, but we can't do them all the time, all at once, constantly. So it's just deciding who you want to be in the moment. And a lot of anxiety comes into play, I think, because you're like, well, if I do this today and I feel good today, I'm not going to feel good tomorrow. And to some degree, yeah, that anxiety is true, and it's looking out for future you. And at some point, that anxiety is not looking out for future you. It's just a parasite on you. I think that's sometimes what wealth hoarding is. The extreme cases of looking at these billionaires and like wondering, what the fuck are you planning to do with all of your wealth and riches, while you're actively destroying other people's lives by hoarding all this wealth, is a really fascinating example to think about. But we're all kind of like different degrees and variations of each other, you know? So Jeff Bezos is Jeff Bezos, and I'm not Jeff Bezos, but like, I don't know, maybe 2% of me is Jeff Bezos, in a way. And maybe I need to be like, well, I don't ever want that 2% of me to take over the majority of me. I don't ever want to become Jeff Bezos, you know? So it's kind of like putting on clothes. I think reifying yourself and choosing who you are and what you do and what you think and what you believe is a part of building your own reality. And that literally can change at any time. If you change it too often all the time, people might call you psycho, because that's how society defines craziness and insanity, and it wants to punish unruliness because it's hard to rule over. But you can still choose to be insane in that societal way, you know? Some people are born insane, other people go insane. And other people abandon societal norms to a degree that they become labeled as insane, but they're actually perfectly sane. So who gets to define what is also a fascinating thing to think about. Okay, I yielded 17 balls of dates. Cool. Now I have to decide what to do with my peanut sesame filling. Maybe I will just add some honey to it until it turns into a paste. Maybe I'll use up the rest of my peanut butter. I think peanut and sesame brittle is one of those things that like Mom kind of enjoyed. She didn't like sweets, but she seemed to like the peanut brittles. Or the sesame brittles, rather. I could make a caramel with these, but I think that's too much work for me. Gotta be realistic. Gonna use a little bit of the dark honey. It's got like raisiny espresso vibes.
use up all my spoons today. That's a lot of honey. Let's see.
Yeah, it does look like molasses. It's so dark. Very, very delicious. There's an amber one. The amber one is like the best seller, I guess, because everybody's more familiar with that amber tone of honey, but the dark one and the smoked one is truly so special. They feel more woodsier. The floral quality is still there, but like the woodsiness is so comforting and earthy and grounding, and it just feels more adult. It feels like you're the kind of sitting in front of your fireplace drinking on whiskey or spiked coffee, and you know, a little bit of your LL Bean hoodie, blanket, sofa, rug lifestyle. Okay, I don't think that's sticky enough, but I want to see if it's sweet enough. Because if it is, I'm just gonna go in with nut butter. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I'm gonna add some peanut butter in there to see if it can cohesively bring it together. This is homemade peanut butter. Because I want to make it into like a workable dough without too much sweetness. That honey almost smells like soy sauce. Like a miso soy sauce combination here. A lot of you have been wondering if my health issues might be perimenopause related, and I've been thinking about it a lot too, because my cycles are so unpredictable now. Like, I've had 3 months out of 4 where it's been about 10 days late. And my weight certainly has not shifted enough for me to experience this. When I was in high school, I used to be so skinny that I would miss periods, but my weight hasn't shifted a whole lot. I mean, I've lost a lot of muscle, but I don't know. It's very strange. Hard to say. Don't forget the dough in the freezer. Yes, but this dough, this is so frozen because it's so fat. I made a mistake. I made a mistake, y'all. I made a mistake. You're right, though. Thank you for that reminder. All right, let's taste this. You know what I want to do? I want to make some walnut butter. Oh, it's really, Maybe I want to make it with untoasted walnuts. I'm not really into that, like, toasty note. This is just an excuse for me to eat walnuts, I think. I've heard very mixed results on IUDs. A little scared of it, to be honest. I'm going to add a little ground ginger in here because I love walnuts and ginger. So what do you think? Is 30, 60 age that people hit perimenopause now? Oh yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, that was so much ginger. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Wow, the bottom is getting so smooth. I'm gonna try to grind it one more time. All right, walnut butter. Okay. My body's giving me that signal right now where it's like, if you know what's good for you, you should pause this project right now. And my brain's like, yeah, but you know we're not going to, right? Someone recommended 5 spice earlier. Let me see. Let me see how this tastes. Yeah, a little of that could work. Just a little. Okay, it's starting to take on a little more shape. Mmm. Okay, yum. I'm having a lot of fun. And that's the important part. I don't know if y'all are having fun, but I'm having fun. I think it's been a long time since I've done a fun, not work related, not meal related project like this. I wish I kept some of that orange zest for this. That would have been so good in here. Dang. Dang. Do you think vanilla belongs in here? Oh, actually, I have a little bit of orange zest. Let me taste this. Old orange zest, not fresh, but how does it taste? Great question. Let me mix that in and tell you what the latest tasting notes are. It tastes like a peanut sesame candy. Really good. Very good. I hit a wall. I was also trying to see if I flashed you guys. This skirt is really short. Unfortunately, it would not be a great sight for you if I flashed you. I have like a pad underneath, so. Just in case my period decides to strike in the middle of God knows where I am. How much of our lives do we have to live worried about our periods coming? I feel like I spend a good 40% of my days worrying that my period's gonna come. And it never comes when you think it's gonna come. Yes. 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 We have arrived. I could have just followed a recipe, but I did not, and we have arrived. Can't wait for my anxiety to go up even more, Eliza. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. Just what I wanted for Christmas. Oh. What a strange lunner I'm having. This is the consistency that I want. Clumps together, eventually falls off a spoon, but will hold together like a snowball. Okay, I used to think that carrying a pad is fine until I realized that if my period comes when I'm in public, put the pad on? What, am I just gonna like unpants myself in the middle of the subway? Like, so before I started using reusable pads, I used to waste so many pads because I was like, I don't know if it's gonna come. So in anticipation, I would just like wear a pad even when I didn't have my period, which is really wasteful when your periods are never regular. They never come on time. So I feel like this is something that generates anxiety throughout your life. You know, once you hit puberty, that like people who never get periods just don't experience. I'm trying to be inclusive here, but I mean like men do not experience this. And I feel like this is kind of what makes us go crazy in their minds, is like we worry about things that aren't there but like are there. But a lot of people don't have to live their lives always thinking about preparation. And so they don't have this like built-in layer of anxiety. So to them it feels foreign to think about all these things that could happen that haven't yet happened. Man, ever since I learned that autoimmune conditions affect women like 9 to 1 or even 10 to 1 when compared to men, I can't stop thinking about it. Wild. It's wild. It's not even like a 7 to 4. It's like 1 to 9, 1 to 10. Okay, so which ones should get the salted egg yolk? Do you think I should make a third filling for the salted egg yolk, or just put the salted egg yolk in the middle of these pre-existing flavors? Probably pre-existing, right? Yummy hands. Yummy spoon. This is why I don't like to go live, because now I'm just going to go lick my fingers over the sink. You would have never had to see this if I never went live. These are moments I could have to myself. You know? I could take my sweet time. But this is a good practice in like overcoming shame, actually, because I know I have an audience, but I don't really have an audience, so it kind of lowers somehow the mental psychological barrier of me doing things that I would find otherwise embarrassing or unacceptable in front of actual concrete human beings. I should write a guide on how to become shameless. Has someone already done that? I bet someone's already done that. It's really good, guys. I can tell you that. This is delicious. All right. Sugar, man. I love sugar. What can I say? All right, let me see what's happening here with this. I had no idea. Oh, this is such a fatal mistake. I had no idea. It's melting from the outside in. This isn't gonna work. Shit. Shit. God damn it. What? What a sad misstep. All right, what I can do is this. I'm gonna roll out the bigger dough, right? I'm gonna envelop this, and then I'll fold it back and put it in the fridge. I'll take it as far as I can, but if it's not gonna work tonight, it's not gonna work tonight. And that is fine. My neighbor's probably like, what is happening? I don't think the recipe called for flour, but I feel like I'm gonna need some. Maybe I made the dough wrong, but I'm getting some flour necessity vibes. So, just gonna put some here. No, I didn't take notes. But, I mean, the lives are kind of a note, right? Hello, comrade. Man, I hate that word. I feel like people toss it around too much. All these commie wannabes. But hello. You can be whatever you want. You want to be a spleenie? Be a spleenie. You want to be a comrade? Be a comrade. Yeah, but this dough melts fast. This one, whatever we did good. The other one, we didn't do so good. We did not do so good on the other one. All right. Okay. I'm going to portion out the egg yolks now, but I'm not certain that we're gonna get to making the mooncakes tonight because of my dough mishap, unfortunately. Very sad, but true. Sad, but true. Hopefully I can do it tomorrow, maybe in the morning. What am I doing tomorrow? Compost. Oh, I have to meet a friend for a play at 2. Maybe tomorrow night then. Okay. Okay, Eliza, so what's the live record we have to beat? 5 hours? 5 hours is what we have to beat? I feel like we can do 5 hours, right? Okay, how much egg yolk is too much egg yolk to eat in one bite? I feel like that's a good amount. It's gonna make a lot of egg yolks. Okay, well, we can eat dinner together. I'm gonna crack open a canned fish over the cabbage. I don't know. Do you think by then the dough will have softened in the middle for us to play with? Not sure. Note to self, you could have frozen the other dough, but you froze the wrong one. Do better. Why are people screaming? That shit sets me off. Oh, gosh. Okay, I might drop some of this egg yolk into my cabbage. I think it's quite delicious, actually. Oh yes, surprise gifts from strangers, indeed. That live started out so nice, right? That live started out with me being like full of gratitude. I think someone showed up with like a whole baker's dozen box of pastry goods because they were picking up something that I was trying to give away, something that was like a grandma tool that I didn't need anymore, maybe like wheelchairs or something like that, or like one of those toilet seats for seniors. And then it went off into the deep end, you know, truly one of the most bizarre experiences of my life. Many bizarre experiences happened to me after Mom passed away, that's for sure. That was a day. And you get to see Ram in that one, I think. And that was the last time I used Facebook Marketplace. Some truly funny memes about Facebook Marketplace exchanges. I think Ram visited me before that incident, but maybe that was the first time you saw him on a live. I think he came over with like Trader Joe's groceries and flowers for Mom right after Mom passed away, I think. That was really sweet. Thanks, Ram. Hello, Little Goat Farm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17, 23. Wow, I have 23 egg yolks. Dude, this is way cheaper than buying salted duck egg yolks. Obviously, it's not gonna taste the same, but if you're vegan and or you're on a budget, buying some miso that lasts you for a good 6 months and a little mung bean. I bought organic this time. I bought $3 for 1 pound of organic de-skinned mung beans. Splurge a little bit. And nutritional yeast, which if you buy by the bulk is about $15 for a pound, which is about $1 an ounce. I don't think I used even half an ounce here, so pretty good deal. Okay, I'm gonna drop an egg yolk into my dinner bowl. I'm going to clean this bowl up and put it in the sink and wash my dirty hands. Ta-da! Here's all of our mooncake fillings. I'm gonna sit because I'm really tired. Got any black salt? I do, but this is salty enough. But you're right, I thought about it. The black salt has a sulfur flavor to it that can taste really convincing with that egginess, but now I get to eat a vegan egg yolk with my stewed cabbage and see what it tastes like. Oh, it was Suzuku. You're right. Man. All these recurring characters who came into my life. What a wild time. The egg yolks are delicious. And the cabbage, I don't even taste it anymore. It kind of just melts into like a little sweet salty bomb. How fascinating. It reminds me of the texture of like a deviled egg yolk, actually. Mmm. Satisfying. You know what's funny is that every time I go live, I lose followers. I think it's because there's a lot of sleeper followers who don't realize that I've like gone off the deep end and am no longer producing content. So every time I do go live, they're like, oh, unsubscribe. I'm still getting DMs about if Budget Eats is coming back, and I'm like, bro, you know I'm fired, right? And they're like, no, I'm so sorry, I did not. Now the oat milk is sludgy. So don't wait too long to have your oat milk. Should we go see what little boy's up to? My bedroom is a mess because I still have all the laundry hanging up on my bed frame. But let's go see where he is. We had diarrhea this morning. It's not pretty. Hi, babes. Meow. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a fork going. We have a blanket fork. Hi. Hello. Are you angry that I haven't given you treats yet today? I don't want you poopy. I don't want you diarrheaing. You hiding? Oh, he's hiding behind me. There he is. He's camera shy. You're camera shy. You're camera shy. I'm tired, Memo. Should we sleep? Should we take a nap? This is what we do, by the way. 10 hours a day. Just this. Hey. Do you like being sick together? I'm sick. You're sick. We're sick together. Sick buddies. Yeah. I know. You want treats. I don't have treats, baby. You gotta eat your food. I mean, I have treats, but I don't want you diarrheaing. It doesn't feel good to see you diarrheaing. Yeah, I know. I know. You don't want to be seen. He definitely doesn't want to be seen. It's just hiding. We see your butt still. You know that. Oh, it feels too good to be lying down. I'll never get up now. You gonna survive this week, babes? You gonna pull through? day. What a week, Memo. It's Friday. Didn't know if you were gonna make it, but you made it. You made it! Still alive? He's still alive. He's breathing. He's purring. Yeah, Fred is such a daddy's boy. He was absolutely in love with Aaron, and I think when Aaron was traveling and I had him here, he was probably convinced that I had kidnapped him from Aaron, and he was protesting being held prisoner in a foreign place with no furniture and no daddy. So now he's happily with daddy. I was the one who picked him out, though. Fred. But he's jolly. He's jolly, and he's pudgy, and he's pretty healthy, I think. Memo here, meanwhile. Frail as a little blade of grass, but resilient, like the root of a weed. Alright, Mems. You want to come to the kitchen? You want to come to the kitchen or hide behind the bed? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's very loud in my neighborhood. New York City, baby. Good luck finding a place where it's not loud. They do exist. My friends live in them. I've just never had the luck to win the lottery of noiselessness. It's really, yeah, it's really noisy. Right now is kind of like evening time, kids after school, it's Friday, but there's noise all the time. This is a one-way street, and I think people get really angry with each other if anyone's double parked. There's a lot of honking, leaf blowers, as you heard earlier, sirens, people with loud-ass motors that have had the mufflers removed, drunk people at night yelling at each other or on the phone or voices in their head. Who knows, man? New York City. It's a special package deal. We got the food and the crazies. I'm in Jackson Heights, so Astoria is just a 40-minute walk away. Any fun places in Astoria I should check out? Yeah, I do think Astoria is way quieter than Jackson Heights. My particular block is very noisy. It's like close to an intersection, and there's a lot of cars, and it's also like one block away from Little India, and I think people just culturally honk their horns as a way to talk to each other while they're in their vehicle, so there's just like a lot of honking. But there's also a lot of road rage, period, which I think got worse after COVID, honestly. Break bar. Interesting. Yeah, I don't go to bars often because I don't drink. I don't know what people do at bars. What do people do at bars? I actually don't know what people do anywhere besides restaurants. I know they eat at restaurants, but I'm kind of an alien. I don't know what normal people do. I don't know how normal people have fun. I'm just a little alien cat lady. You okay? You okay? You gonna throw up? Hi. What's this gagging thing that you're doing? You okay? Having trouble swallowing? Aaron was like, oh man, you got yourself another grandma. In the form of memo. Oh my lord. What's going on? You okay? You gagging. Why you gagging? You okay, babes? Yeah, Memo probably has some sort of health issue. It could be IBS. It could be I've lost all the words, but his liver enzymes were really high in January, and that's when the vet was like, you might need to get ready to put him down. And I was like, okay. But now we're here 8 months later, and he's still here with us, so who knows? Who knows how long we have left? He's purring now, though. Purring? You have a good time? Yeah? Okay. How's your tummy feeling today? Oh, they screaming out there. Why is she screaming? The Asian mother in me is like, Memo never screams. Gotta compare all the kids. Gotta pit them against each other. You didn't miss the mooncakes. I fucked up one of the dough chilling processes and can't roll out the dough right now. So I fucked up the mooncakes and missed the mooncakes, but yeah, still a work in progress. We made the filling. The dough needs to be folded and laminated. And unfortunately I froze one of the butterier components, so it turned into a solid block of fat that I couldn't work with. I really do need to move, y'all. Like, New York City is not it for me. Especially if I feel like I might be more and more certain that I have autism. Like, this noise level is not tenable. Not tenable. I'll be in the kitchen, babes. I love you. I love you. Thanks for the cuddle sesh. Okay, yep, there's all of my laundry hanging. I've stopped using the dryer because I was like, fuck this. I don't want to contribute any more heat to this melting fireball of a planet. So now I'm just gonna hang dry all my stuff, which is good because I've started doing smaller loads, which makes it actually a lot more manageable and less stressful for me because they're lighter to carry and I don't have to worry about timing loads and getting down there, and there's not two machines when I brought down 2 loads of stuff, so on and so forth. Yeah, guys, I don't think it's gonna happen tonight. The dough is not anymore. Ugh, almost dropped my rolling pin. I just tried to roll it out, and the dough hit the center fold of the other dough, and it's not smooshing out. I wonder if it'll defrost soon. Oh, you know what it is? Fuck. It's because I use coconut oil. So, coconut oil freezes harder than butter even in just a fridge. So I might actually need to peel it off. Yeah, I'm gonna peel it off, and I'm gonna leave the. Here you go. Here, you can see this disaster of a dough. Okay. We're gonna have to leave this out. This is the danger of substituting ingredients, is you forget the different properties. So not only are we going to leave that out, I might need to heat it up a little bit. Let's think about this. Okay, we can go into problem solving mode now. This is good. This will teach us something. There is flour and oil in them. I can microwave it ever so slightly without cooking the flour potentially. What do you guys think? I could also put it in a Ziploc and float it in hot water. No, that's gonna be a gross ass mess. Okay, microwave. Let's just microwave. Defrost. No, not defrost. No, not defrost. Power level. Start. How do I change the power? Oh, power level 1, power level 2, power level 3, power level 4, power level 5. Okay. I'm learning my microwave, guys. Have fun. That did it. That's all it took. Half power. All right. Okay, great. So now, it's so malleable now. Now we're gonna put it back in the fridge, but we're gonna time it. Wow, great, right? We learned something. This is a great life lesson, I think. That would not be me without a microwave. For sure. How silly, how silly, how silly. I'm gonna put this dough that is safe to put in the freezer. And I've been eating canned fish 2 days in a row now, so I'm just going to microwave some imitation crab, which I cut up into bite-sized pieces for easier microwaving. And we're gonna have some imitation crab with our cabbage. And this is like a dream trash panda dinner, guys, okay? Absolutely a dream trash panda dinner. We love microwave. Astral, are you disappointed we problem solve so easily? Yeah, it's imitation crab is mostly made with cheap whitefish with a lot of starch and additives cut in. The starch is to give it that kind of tender bounciness of crab flesh meat, but it's not crab at all. It's imitation crab. Fake crab. Oh yeah, don't get sidetracked. Yes. So I'm setting a 10-minute timer and we'll check in on it. What a delight. What a delight. My oh my, that is hot. Ouch. Real crab is definitely better for you. But I don't have the patience to cook crab. Also, this is kind of like a guilty pleasure. You know, it's kind of like chips for dinner sort of thing. But I'm eating it with my trashy cabbage stew thing here. So I'm getting my fiber in. And can't make everything totally healthy. You gotta be a little trash panda-y. Enjoy all that life has to offer in its dumpster fire. Okay. So what will be the mooncake filling? Okay, we have two main fillings. One is the jujube and almond mixture, and one is a peanut sesame brittle, which isn't actually a brittle. It's just honey and walnut butter added to hold together the coarsely chopped peanuts and sesame. But it tastes like the kind of sesame brittle that you can buy in Chinese stores that my mom used to love. And we also made some vegan egg yolks, which you can see at the very top of our filling tray here. And the vegan egg yolk is made out of mung beans, miso, nutritional yeast, and a splash of rosehip oil, which was very orange for some reason. Apparently super high in vitamin C. No red bean this year, unfortunately. Although, I feel like I've gone quite traditional this year. You know, like previous years I was making Earl Grey tea and coffee and ube, Nutella. And this year I'm just like, meh. Oh, you know what? I could make a poppy seed filling. I have poppy seeds in the freezer. Hold on. Someone's gonna get high off of that filling. The poppy seeds, so these are old Burlap and Barrel poppy seeds. We discontinued these because they weren't selling. I wonder if I can make a poppy seed filling. It's gonna be like kind of Polish? Is it Polish? What is that country that has all those like poppy seed filled pastries? Like the poppy seed strudels. How is that egg yolk? It's meant to mimic egg yolk. So the mung bean, if you cook it, it almost has like a sandy texture, the way hard-boiled egg yolks have that kind of like sandy texture. The miso is what gives it saltiness. So in Chinese mooncakes, it's not just an egg yolk. It's a salted, preserved, cured egg yolk. So it's kind of umami and salty and fatty and almost has like a chew to it. Doesn't fall apart like a cooked hard-boiled egg yolk. I still have my walnut butter in here, which I'm going to dump out into here for now. This is great because I kind of want to use up the poppy seeds. Poppy seeds might taste really good with the egg yolks, actually. We'll see. I'm going to try to see if I can grind up the poppy seeds with a little sugar. What kind of sugar? TBD. Maple sugar? Maple sugar. Oh, guys, maple sugar. This is our OG container, by the way. We've switched to all glass now, but I have a soft spot in my heart for this. My brain. Where did that lid go? To my blender. Okay, here it is. Found it. All right, noise time. Eliza, you bought the OG sugars? I didn't even know any of my viewers bought Burlap and Barrel before like I started hawking it. And you like the maple sugar? That's cool. The maple sugar is really, really special. If you like maple syrup, holy moly. Yeah, it's like the most expensive sugar ever, but also the most unique sugar, I think. Poppy seeds don't have as much fat, that makes sense, as other seeds. Oh, that's 10 minutes, that's 10 minutes. Still kind of warm. Let's make this filling. Maybe I need to put in a little bit of honey in here to help it get going, but let me taste this. No drug tests, I hope, coming up for me. Oh. Dang, that's musty. Musty poppy seeds. Oh, yeah. Not only are you missing the ratios, it's, I think, a different cumin in that blend. Let me see. You got this as a part of Spice Club, right? You signed up for Spice Club? Yeah, cumin's from Afghanistan, coriander's from India. Let me see where our current coriander's from. The Red River coriander is from Vietnam. So it's a totally different coriander that you're experimenting with, which might explain, hi evil. which might explain why you can't get it exactly right. I'm gonna add some walnut butter back in the mix, and I'm gonna add some of the really bright amber honey to balance out the mustiness of the poppy seeds. We'll see how this works. We'll see. I could be messing up my spice grinder forever, but you only live once, as a wise man said. Well, since you guys are my faithful viewers, I will let you know, Eliza, that the Robusta coffee is back in stock. And if you look on the pantry page, it should be there. You can also search. Also, we had a huge website facelift. The website itself doesn't look different, but it feels different. Like the movements and the glides and the slight animations might feel a little bit different, so enjoy. We got an upgrade. Ren and our team worked so hard for months trying to finalize this change. So if you see any bugs on the website, DM me or something, and we'll fix it, because it's kind of still very new rollout. But yes, the Robusta coffee is back in stock. I'm not supposed to announce it, but now you know. I did not go to the Palestine March today in Times Square. Did you? This was a bad idea. Honey in the spice grinder is a bad idea. How was it? How was the vibe of the protest? I've honestly stopped attending the protest. The last one I went to was also in Times Square, and the police didn't seem like active at all. Like they were there, but they didn't seem like anything was risky or sketchy, and that's when I knew that protests are kind of done. Like, it's good for morale and all of that, like personal, individual morale and group morale, but I'm not sure to what extent they're effective anymore. In terms of policy or presenting as a source of threat, I think it's good that they're happening, but also we need to explore other actions. Yeah, I think solidarity is great. Yeah. How was the turnout? How did it compare to previous protests and marches you've been? Okay, this isn't working anymore ever since I added those things, and it's burning out my spice grinder, so I'm going to taste it. I'm going to turn it out in here on my bowl, in my bowl, and taste it. guys, who wants to Google search what the health properties of poppy seeds are besides giving you an opium test positive? Is it good for anything? Is it known for any nutritional properties? Or am I just putting myself at risk for a random failed drug test? Also, what's the nutritional info on this? I used almost 2 jars. Each jar is 65 grams. So let's just say I used 100 grams. What's the nutritional info for 100 grams of poppy seed? Like, if I ate this entire bowl right now, am I going to get so high? Probably not, but maybe. But what else am I going to get? Am I going to get poisoning? I'm so curious. From multiple states. Wow, okay. That's a way bigger rollout than the last one I went to, which was, I don't know. That had to have been before summer. Did you see the organized left there that Trump is trying to crack down on? I thought that headline was hilarious. I was like, organized left in the United States? Where? I want to meet them. Wow, that was another 20 minutes? Holy shit. We're gonna hit this live stream in no time. If my phone stays put and doesn't give out. It's kind of like a more fibrous black sesame. Yeah. I think it actually works so well with walnuts. I kind of wish I had more walnut butter in here. But I could potentially add in some almond butter. All right, let's check our dough. All right, it's not super cool, but I think we can start rolling this out. Put that in the freezer. I know, but this won't take so long to roll out. No, I don't think you can buy the whole collection for $340. I think it's, honestly, we have too many spices to put into the collection, but the complete collection is very, very complete. It just won't include like limited edition stuff, but it will include a lot of your basic stuff. This dough is a little tight because we've already rolled it out once or twice, so it's gonna be a little tough here. Especially since I use bread flour. Oopsies. All sorts of shenanigans, as you would expect from me. can't even see the dough. What have I been doing this whole time? There are some not so stellar spices, I will admit. I think even our co-founder Ethan admitted he's not a fan of the lemongrass. So I would not spend money on the lemongrass if it's your first order. But yes, if you have never tried burlap and barrel spices and you cook at home, I really do highly recommend you give them a try. Standouts include our very first OG spice, which is the Wall Mountain cumin from Afghanistan. The story goes that Ethan basically carried back a backpack of the Wild Mountain cumin from when he was working there. Wow, this dough is so fucked up. Not gonna lie, guys, I really fucked up with this one. But we're just gonna have to carry on. Because it's not sealing. It's not sealing. Oh well. Oh well. The fat is oozing. It is oozing. Okay. Yes, so he used to work in Afghanistan and he tasted this cumin and it changed his perception of what cumin could be. And he brought it back in his backpack. And he started sharing it with his family and friends and chef friends. And the chef friends were like, oh, wow, you need to start giving us more of this. And that's the spice that was the beginning of burlap and barrel. The other spice that really might change your perception of what spice could be is the royal cinnamon. Americans love cinnamon. This cinnamon is so sweet that you might think it has sugar in it, but it is actually just a different species of cinnamon. And if you didn't know, there are different kinds of cinnamon species. And there are two species of cinnamon that are most popular. Cinnamon verum, which is the Sri Lankan kind. It has a more floral, less sweet, more kind of androgynous taste rather than a desserty taste. And then the other cinnamon that you might be used to is sometimes actually cassia, which is a whole different species. The royal cinnamon species name is Cinnamomum laureiroi. That's spelled Loureiroi. Yeah, and this one comes from Vietnam. When I was still working at Delish, I did a segment called The Spice Show where I concentrated on exploring one spice per episode and trying it in different recipes and learning about it. And I bought cinnamon from Burlap and Barrel, but I also bought it from the Spice House. And at the time, I was like, oh, I like the Spice House cinnamons. They had different varieties of cinnamon, and they all tasted kind of different. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I like tasting the differences. But after the spices had been in my pantry for a year, I tasted them again, and the royal cinnamon, the flavor was way stronger and sweeter and spicier than any of the Spice House spices. So I think once the spices are fresh, like fresh bought, they taste on par with each other. But I think after a year of sitting in your pantry, like if you're not a spice freak and you don't go through a whole jar of cinnamon in a year, the real cinnamon's quality really holds up after some time. So a lot of the spices that you buy in stores have actually been sitting in warehouses or holding facilities for years before they even get to the store where you buy them. Which is why, like, when you buy really cheap spices, sometimes they taste like dirt. Because a lot of spices have essential oils in them, and essential oils get less strong with oxidation and exposure to light and air. And as all things, they age and they become less strong in their opinions and flavor, you know, like humans. So Broadman Barrel sources them really fresh as harvest, and we usually sell out of our stocks within months. And it just guarantees way fresher and more potent flavors. I totally didn't follow this recipe's directions, did I? Fuck. Okay. Whatever. I'm going to keep doing this while the layers are layering, and I'm gonna do it until I can't do it anymore, and then I'm gonna put it in the fridge, and I'm gonna have to wait like half an hour for it to relax. I think the gluten is tightening up on me, which is making it harder and harder to roll out, as you can see. I'm gonna sprinkle a little extra flour for the exposed. There's some exposure here. The fatty filling is falling out. Yeah, if you use so much cinnamon, I recommend you buy the food service container, the big container that I just showed you. It has a way better value. The small jars of spices average around $10, and if you don't cook a lot, I still have some of these spices that I ordered when I first joined the team two and a half years ago. So if you don't go through it a lot, buy the small jar. But if you use cinnamon like every day, and you use like a teaspoon of it every day, or you go crazy during baking season and you throw it into everything that you bake, buy the big container. The big container is a way better unit value. For example, the small jars are $10 a piece. The big containers will run you $35, but the big containers usually contain at least 10 times as much. So it's basically like triple the value when you compare to the small containers. But this is only worth it if you're going to use the spice within the year or two, because nothing beats fresh spices. So you don't want like old spices sitting there and disappointing you. Okay. Alright, this is good. This is good. I feel like I'm making progress because things are getting harder. If that makes sense. I actually really love using the golden crystal sugar to bake with. It's my new baking sugar now. And I think ever since I tasted these sugars and I learned more about where sugar comes from, and oh, Memo's shitting. Memo is definitely shitting. I gotta go check that out. Hi, you okay, babes? Oh, baby. He's so cute. He's just in his litter box staring at me. He's definitely having the runny poops. I might have to go take care of this soon, very soon. He's still in the litter box, so I'm gonna let him do his thing, but, oh, poor baby. I'm supposed to be rolling this into a very, very long, thin sheet and then rolling it into a tube. Right now I don't think I can get it to that thin of a sheet. I'm supposed to be rolling it to 1/8 of an inch thin. Right now I'm like half an inch. So I'm definitely gonna have to chill this. I'll probably stop here and see what's going on with Memo. You guys chill and hang tight. I don't know how long that's gonna take.